Hello, everyone. Good morning. Have a good day.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Good morning to all. Quickly recap JavaScript, and I'm sharing few reference material for self-reading of TypeScript. So please start reading the same. We'll start the session shortly. I've shared in Mentor Notes channel. JavaScript is a lightweight, interpreted, JIT compiled language. So mostly we will use for achieving the dynamic feature for web page. Many more are there. Just read the connection between JavaScript and TypeScript. We'll start with the session. requesting all of you to read the theory of JavaScript and today's topic TypeScript. So TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript. Don't sit idle. Keep your mobile aside, keep your other things aside. Hi, Soumya Ranjan.
And good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Please be on time.
Okay, ma'am.
Just updating the attendance. Surmani, you there? Surmani? So those who have joined recently, some 2 minutes, 5 minutes back, I gave some time to do a self-reading on certain topics. The link has been shared. And one more announcement, today evening at 6:30. Hope you saw my message in the general channel. We have a placement session. So plan accordingly. You can spend some time. The session starts at 6:30. So plan accordingly. Try to attend. So even if you are getting one single input from the session, so definitely it would be helpful for you. All right. So let's begin the session, guys. Hope you went through the introduction to TypeScript and how TypeScript and JavaScript emerged from there and how it is connected. First of all, why we are going for JavaScript? The last module, why we want to have such type of scripting language? What are we achieving through that language? Yes, Rusikesh. Please wait. Rusikesh.
For the dynamic
For dynamic. What do you mean by the term dynamic in our discussion? No, you are correct.
runtime changes for input.
So no, don't relate Java concept over here. Technically, we will call dynamic, the word dynamic. We will use the word dynamic in various places. We will say dynamic polymorphism, dynamic memory allocation.
Is not fixed.
Which is not fixed. Static is fixed, dynamic is not fixed something. The core concept remains same. But the place where we are using the word dynamic, slightly it has its own.
Can we relate with animations and for web pages likewise?
Interactive.
Correct. Whatever you said, it's correct. Correct. You proceed. Keep on giving the points. I will update the same.
Ma'am, JavaScript helps to make dynamic changes in the HTML.
Correct.
It's a loosely typed language.
Loosely typed language, correct. Then the question arises, tightly coupled and loosely coupled. You are all are in the correct track. Don't forget, we are in the phase of web application development. I can able to design and I can able to construct a web page using HTML. And also styling can be achieved with the help of CSS. So, but HTML and CSS will give only the static web page. So if I want to add some behavioral functionality change, if I want to add some behavior, certain functionality I need to change, or I want to have a communication with server. So those are we can put under a term called as dynamic web page. Can you relate? If I missed any point also, please add. So I can able to construct the structure of web page by using HTML, and styling can be provided with CSS. On top of my web page, if I want to add some behavior or some functionality to be added at the time of execution. Such type of functionality can be added in a web application. In my HTML page, if I want to add certain dynamic feature functionality, that is possible with the help of JavaScript. And it falls under the category scripting language. Of course, yeah, it takes all the feature of programming language. And one more point we discussed is it is statically typed language. What do you mean by the term statically typed language?
At runtime, values are provided. Compile time check is not done.
The word typed denotes the word type. What they are trying to say about the type.
Like we don't have to define like everything strongly during like execution. Like if we have to define strings, we can just write let or where something.
It is dynamically. What it is statically typed or dynamically typed? No one is correcting me. So I don't want to specify the type at the time of execution.
Very
Like
At
when
the
it is
time-
string or int or anything.
So we are talking about data type. Data type and its type will be determined by my engine, my compiling environment. So the type of the data which I'm going to use will be determined at the time of execution. I don't want to specify any type at the time of execution, compilation. And we discussed so many topics in JavaScript. So starting from all the routines of JavaScript, followed with complex data type and many more. We already had, I have listed out all the topics which we discussed under JavaScript. So let's get into the next module. Shall we? Have you get into this JavaScript as of now? Have you learned something in JavaScript?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
We will be continuing with scripting language only. The next scripting language is TypeScript. All right. So let's get into the third course, course 9, which is Angular 1. So they divided Angular into two parts. So after Java, we continued with HTML and CSS. Course 8, course 9 is about JavaScript. Course 10 is about Angular. So Angular module alone is divided into two courses. So let's get into the first course. So this session is about building interactive web page. So again, dynamic web pages with the help of a language called as TypeScript. The first session is about introduction to TypeScript. If possible, you can open your Visual Studio. In the following slides, there is a JavaScript code. You please check whether the code is executing or not. So let us find out whether the following JavaScript codes are executable or not. If possible, you can open your Visual Studio and help me.
yes, ma'am.
Is this code executable? Of
No,
course,
ma'am.
all the code of I think there were some four, 5 slides. All the code consists of errors. It's very important. Where do you see the error? At the time of compile time or during runtime? So you know what is compile time and runtime, no?
Yes, ma'am.
So before your program executes, so please open one JS file and type your code. Check whether it is compilation error. Error occurs before execution or at the time of execution. In your browser, your console error you are getting. See, till now, whether we got a lot of compile time error or runtime error in JavaScript, you tell me your experience in last 6-7 days.
Mostly runtime errors, ma'am.
Let it be. All of you agree all the time we will see the red color type error.
Yes, ma'am.
The
Yes,
console
ma'am.
browser.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you tell me. Console.log welcome message where value1 space value2 is equal to 10. Where you will get this error? It's an error.
It's a compile time error, ma'am.
Shall I move to next slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So the first demo code resultant as compile time error. The code has a syntax error. It will be populated at the time of compilation. It's a compilation error. Check this. Again, welcome message. Const value 1 equal to 100. Next line, value 1 is equal to 200.
Runtime error.
Runtime error.
Runtime. Const is fixed.
Yeah. But that error can we execute the JavaScript code successfully at runtime?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
And the type of error occurs at if you run the program, you can able to run, but at the time of execution,
Console.
in your runtime console, you will get this error. I'm continuing. Anyone wants to discuss anything? The previous code snippet resultant as syntax error, whereas the next one is your runtime error. So the type of error categories in JavaScript. So this falls under the category type error. What about this? Where message is equal to hello world, they are trying to call message as a function. Don't say just seeing the code. You test in your machine. And it's not a big code, hardly 2 lines. Ensure that there is a JS file, type line, check whether it is a compilation error, or open it in browser, HTML page, launch it in browser, and check in your console.
It shows type error.
Compile time or runtime?
At runtime.
All of you agree with this? So at the time of compilation, my environment thinks that there is a function called as message. At the time of execution, there is no method function called as message. So it will be resultant as runtime error. Guys, excuse me for a minute. I need to go to breakout room to connect with few learners. No, not more than 1 minute. Less than a minute, I will be back. Yes, I'm back. Let's continue the discussion. See, I gave enough time. Shall I continue? It will be resultant as execution error. Yeah, type error. Message is not found. So type error. The word type error occurs twice. Make it fast. Check this console. There is no dot. I don't know how many of you noticed here. Console.log. Dot is missing.
Syntax.
Syntax compile time.
No. So don't say, we cannot compare Java with JavaScript. So try in your machine and then confirm me.
Runtime, ma'am.
See, according to us, it's console.log, dot is missing. Don't end up with syntax error.
Ma'am, it is reference error.
May my environment think console log is a method, user defined method. Yeah, I can have, but the method has been not defined. So it will not be resultant as execution error.
And it's a runtime error. Actually, on console, it shows that console log is not defined. So
Yeah. So think in different perspective. It may think console.log is a user-defined method and it search for that. Since I know JavaScript language, I may thought console.log. Please think in the other perspective. So it will be resultant as all of you got the core thing behind this code. It will be resultant as runtime execution error, reference error, console.log is not defined. If thought console.log may be a function, that function has been defined and we are passing this parameter. Do you see most of the errors at compile time or runtime?
Ma'am, runtime.
No, runtime.
Runtime, ma'am.
So we already came across on Java. So later now with scripting language JavaScript. So after traveling 3 months in language, so being a programmer, which error will be recommended? Compile time error or runtime error?
Compile time.
Compile time.
Compile time.
Error.
Very good. So I'm telling this for everyone. So being a programmer, compile time errors are recommendable more than runtime error, because irrespective of any type of error, it occurs at the time of compilation or before launching my application, before executing. I may resolve and I can fix all the error. Instead, I launched the application and the application is executing. At the time of execution, there were resultant as lot of runtime may collapse my entire application. It is always better. It is always see errors itself to be avoided in your development phase. I'm telling. At the time of development phase, it is always better to catch the errors during compile time rather than seeing. Even seeing them at a runtime is not recommendable. See, everything is a project. So whatever the project we are into, so we are into Google, we are using Google Chrome, we are using so many web applications, we are using Zoom. Every day we are using nit.com, this repository, Git repo. So nowhere we want to end up. See, everywhere there were large scale of customers are using the application. So we cannot end up with these kind of syntax error, typo error, reference error. Syntax error, leave. So typo error, reference error, it should not be resultant at runtime. What still people keep on. So when you have lot of error occurs at runtime, definitely it'll affect the repetition, or it will decrease the productivity. So always we should know the errors needs to occur, needs to be found and to be resolved at the early stage, that is your compile time. Do you find anything wrong with this JavaScript code? Will it give the expected output or display an error? Try the same. I want to do concatenation of string. If I give 3,4, I should get 34. But what I will get from JavaScript?
7.
We will get 7. So what is the problem? I want 3 and 4 to be taken as a string, but my machine will take 3 and 4 as a
Number.
Integer.
number type. No, it's number type. In JavaScript, it will take as a number type.
And
So these are the, huh?
Ma'am, 3 and 4 are passes.
3 and 4 are passed as a number type. But I want it to be passed as a string type, and I want 34. The problem is we are not specifying the type. So we are just listing out the drawbacks of JavaScript as simple. Here the code has accepted incorrect argument, and hence object expected output is not obtained. Do you think we should avoid or accept such errors or unexpected outputs at runtime? Big no.
Yes, ma'am.
We have to avoid. Unavoidable cases, those errors should come at compile time. Is there a way to catch all these errors at compile time? In JavaScript, no. So we are introducing a language called as TypeScript. So TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript. It saves your time catching errors and providing fixes before you run your code. So most of the error, point number 1, most of the errors from runtime will be moved to compile time by using a superset of JavaScript language called as TypeScript, point number 1. And point number 2, From name onwards, any guessing? The word. What-
Data type definition.
So data type needs to be defined. So whenever if you are handling the data, the type should be defined, not at the runtime, at compile time itself, statically typed language. So whatever the data I'm handling, the type should be defined. So that also will be resultant as moving many errors from run to compile. So, okay, 2 points I want to remind. TypeScript saves our time in catching the errors at compile time itself. So before executing the code, it fixes. It gives us a chance to fix. So yes, again, we are going to continue development of web application by adding a dynamic feature with the help of a language called as TypeScript. So that is why I want you to just go through the introduction part of your TypeScript. So shall we get into the topic? Introduction is okay.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
So this is what this is how we will go. The whole first session is about you need to explore the syntax, programming fundamentals, and routines of all the TypeScript functionality. So starting from variables, data types, what else? Functions, function parameters, and it is a complete object-oriented programming language. So we will be introduced with OOPS concept, how objects are defined. And then we will end up with decorators. So first session, this session alone, we will be dealing completely with the code, TypeScript code. So in this session, we will discuss about data types in TypeScript. As I said, it's a pure object-oriented language. So we will discuss on how to implement object by creating a class, by creating a type, by creating an interface and its benefits. And the last topic is about annotation adding with the help of decorators. So I want all of you to try the first demo. Yeah. So TypeScript, yeah, it's a scripting. Please pay attention. It is not it's not embedded with any browser like unless like JavaScript. Please pay attention. So TypeScript, of course, it is an open source. It's a freeware. It's a scripting language, which is again used to construct an interactive dynamic web pages. In my HTML code, if I want to add some dynamic feature, but TypeScript will not come along with your browsers. So I want to explicitly install. So we can install TypeScript in various ways. One of the powerful ways, as we all know, that we have Node.js. In Node.js, we have a powerful NPM package. So we have thousands and thousands of libraries available under your NPM. So your TypeScript is also available in your NPM. So if you have Node.js in your machine, by default, Node.js will take your NPM package command. So please open your command prompt, or please open your integrated environment. You can open your demo1.js. So you can open your command prompt, or you can open your integrated terminal. So please execute the command npm install TypeScript. -G is for global. Now -G, -L both are deprecated. So listen. So step number one, by using Node.js command npm, Node package manager, you can install TypeScript. And we will write the TypeScript code by creating a file with the extension .ts. We cannot run TypeScript directly. So my browser will not trigger my TypeScript directly. It cannot able to run my TypeScript directly. So TypeScript will be converted internally to JavaScript. And that JavaScript can be interrupted by browser. So in order to convert your TypeScript to JavaScript, we will use the command tsc. So step number 1, you install TypeScript using npm, and you can check whether it has been successfully installed or not by checking the version tsc-v. If the tsc is not recognized, please use npx command. Superset of JavaScript n lective dynamic feature to page. Strongly typed language. And it's object-oriented language. So we can install using Node.js npm command. So open your terminal. Please try npm install TypeScript. So in order to check, you can use the command tsc. So even I do remember that some machines that npx needs to be added to you to trigger any executable command -v. So if this command and then tsc demo1.ts, if this tsc is not recognized, please add npx. If it is required, you please add this executable command. Okay, please pay attention. Just check, install TypeScript and check the version of your machine. So, and then let me execute a hello world, hello message on TypeScript. Guys, please listen 1 minute. I'll not take more than 1 minute, and you can try the same in your machine. I want you to practice with a lot of TypeScript code. So let me create, and don't forget your TypeScript will be in the extension .ts. So, and again, it's a scripting language, so we will test it in our console environment. Welcome to TypeScript demo 1. You can use few similarities and few differences will be there. You can declare a variable using let, var, and const. So, but you have to provide the type. So data type can be provided with the symbol colon followed with the data type, and you can assign the value. So here n1, n2 are variable. Both belongs to the type data type number. I'm declaring and I'm initializing, and then let me do addition. N1 plus N2. Please pay attention. So after typing the code, these are all your TypeScript code. The file should be in the extension .ts. Please pay attention. So what is the command you need to type? You cannot execute your TypeScript directly in your browser. Here I'm taking a lot of time. I know in my machine, so this is not for all. So in my machine, TXE is not recognizing. So I have to use an executable node package command npx. So check whether it has been installed successfully or not. This npx is not required for all your machine. If it is required, if it is not recognizing, so by default, path setting will enable that. If it is not, you use this executable command. So very important, you need to use tsc space demo1.ts. Please pay attention. I'm just pressing enter key. Please look into the changes on what is happening in this folder.
File
Have you noted any changes on the screen?
JS
Yes,
file.
ma'am.
JS
JS file
file.
created.
So for the next all wherever you are handling TypeScript, this conversion process is required. So by using the command, automatically your TypeScript will be converted to JS. I'll show you because we all know JavaScript. Do you find any changes between this code and this code?
Yes, ma'am.
In JavaScript,
Data type.
number is replaced.
Data.
We specified proper format.
Leave. Since both are declared in the same folder, it is storing. So your TypeScript will be converted to JS. How to execute the JS? So if you have a JS file, what we will do generally?
HTML.
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 Demo1.js. Output is not a very big deal. Idea behind the program is the first TypeScript. Ensure that your TypeScript is installed. And TypeScript needs to convert it to JS, and JS file you link in your HTML. Don't create HTML for multiple times. I want you to create this TS file. After that, you link that respective JS file and trigger on your browser and check the output. Please try the same. Ensure that you can able to create one simple demo in your TypeScript. So why this
Yes,
second line and third line, there is a red color dashed thing is demo1.ts, demo1.js, both are located in same folder. We have this repetition of variable in both the files. Ignore that. So after some time we can create. So it's recommendable to create a folder. So you create a folder and ensure that your JS file is being generated in that folder so that you will not get this warning. Yeah, someone called me. An Angular environment uses TypeScript language. So that is why we are here to learn about TypeScript. So anywhere you are facing problem, please let me know. So these commands, these two commands, well and good. If it is not recognizing globally, use this npx.
Ma'am,
Hmm.
that 18th line command for what?
To convert your TypeScript file to JavaScript.
Okay.
So in my machine, it is recognizing only executable command npx. This npx is not mandatory. You can try without npx also.
Okay, ma'am.
Installation and execution of first TypeScript is done. Shall we get into the topic? More on TypeScript.
Yeah.
You no need to type JavaScript. Just type your TypeScript code by using the command tsc demo1.ts. Automatically JS file will be generated. You link that JS to your HTML file and check the output.
Can you repeat, ma'am, that command?
So you have to open a TS file. Step 1, I created demo1.ts. Type your TypeScript code. Let's assume 4 lines of code. Open your command prompt, locate this path and type the command tsc demo1.js. Automatically it gets converted into JavaScript code. And that JavaScript you can link with your HTML page and you can launch in your browser. Got it? No need to create JS file or JS code. No need to type. Shall we continue with next?
In ma'am,
Uh,
in my case, JS file is created, but the JS file is blank.
okay, you.
Same here, ma'am.
Okay. Ade, share your screen. Save your file. Save your TS file. Maximize your screen. Okay. You,
And then
you don't type
execute.
you don't type npx. You type tsc. It's not recognizing. Demo1.ts. Day 1. Okay, now you it is recognized.
Go to
You give-
CMD. Go to CMD. I think.
No problem. You give npx. TSC demo1.ts. No, .ts. Enter. You go and check in your demo1.js. See, you didn't save the file, man.
Yeah. Now it's good.
See, after typing your code, save your file. Vivek, try. Or share your screen.
Yeah, ma'am, done.
Whenever if you are
Ma'am, can I
making
share?
change- Yeah, share. TSC, I will help you. Space. Space. TS demo.ts. See, JS file has been generated in the same folder. Where are you searching? Click there. Click the JS file. So you need to link this JS file to any of the HTML and click.
Okay.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, every time we need to install now, whenever we do for a new project, go for a new project.
Only once you need to install. Every time you need to give TSC command.
I'm asking about new project.
No, I didn't get you. What project?
See, just now we have done this. So just suppose we are doing this project. So we have installed TypeScript. And again, suppose I want to take new window, and that time also I have to install, or I can use this. Means by default it will work for all programs.
So you do one thing. You open a new project in different folder and try. Don't install. Try to execute one hello world TS and tell me.
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am, 404 error is happening.
And confirm me whether it is for one time or whether it is for every time. Yes, Shubham, share your screen.
So I'm having a 404 error for this demo1.js file. This is the error.
Okay, go to your code. Okay. Go to your TypeScript file. No problem. So you tried with demo1.ts. It's successfully compiled and you got demo1.js. Can you open demo1.html? Path problems, Shubham. All are located in same folder. Why are you giving? Even that backslash is also not required. You give control space. See, save and try. I told you, no. So when it is located in different folder, one way. Use double dot dot forward slash.
Okay, ma'am.
Avoid backward slash one time or two time. Use forward slash.
Fine, ma'am.
Anyone facing problem, error, you could not able to run hello world demo in TypeScript?
Yes, ma'am. Can you share, ma'am? Yeah, it is showing this error, ma'am.
Console.log number 1 colon number 2 colon. Okay. What is the problem? Right? Scroll up little. Okay, npm. It's not npm. I said npx. npm is a manager where it consists of library. In order to execute, we need to use npx command. Who's this? Kudus.
Yes, ma'am.
Come down. I can see npx command also. Come down. Nothing is getting triggered.
Yes, ma'am. It happened, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, it's done. Okay, you create one HTML and link this JS file.
Okay, ma'am.
Don't confuse with npm and npx. npm, node package manager, consists of all libraries. Especially we will use npm only to install. Whereas the installed packages can be executed with the help of npx command. Yes,
Okay.
someone called me.
Yeah, ma'am, it's working for other folders as well.
Can
Only
you stop,
once.
ma'am?
Yes. So not only TypeScript in future, like from Monday, we will slowly install. Every day we will install 1 or 2 packages. That's installation for only once. All right. So please pay attention. Let's continue with next. I'm sure we are going to traverse. The next few slides are simple. So since we are with programming, so you will not feel complexity until we start with oops and decorators. All right, please pay attention. Let's continue. Take a minute time and look into the code. Do you find the code is successful? And one more thing you have, if you have noticed this, so TypeScript everywhere when you are declaring, it will take the data type. Let A colon number, B colon number, C colon string type, and data type function, function name, parameter, colon data type, return type. So this indicates return type. This number indicates return type. So look into this. There is a function add, which is taking 2 numbers and it is returning numbers. So if I call console.log sum add a comma b 10 and 20, whether I will get the output?
Yes, ma'am.
So I want all of you to look into the code. There is a function. There are 2 variables. It will work. Whereas I have a C holding string type. What about the last line, whether it will work?
No, ma'am.
Add a comma C.
No,
What type of error we will get?
Compile them.
Think runtime.
Okay, try.
Type error.
No. You confirm me. You execute and tell me whether it is at the time of compilation, tsc file name.java we are getting, or at the time of execution.
Ma'am, that
Right.
function third number is return type.
It's not number, it is return type.
Oh, yeah.
Return type of return data type of this function. It is taking 2 parameter and the return type is also number. So please confirm the last line is an erroneous code. Whether it occurs, error occurs at compilation. Yeah, Swapnil, your question is answered on the same slide. Step 1 and step 2 are done only once. NPM install and checking the version is only for once. Please look into the slide. Step 3 and 4, compiling and including the JS file in HTML and checking the console for an output. You need to do every time when you are running any TypeScript file. Is that clear, guys? Installation is only once, but compilation you need to do every time. So I started with demo 1. Demo 2 dot, sorry, TS. So function fun1 is taking x colon number, y colon number. This is return type. Return x plus y. Console.log. Let number 1 colon number is equal to 6. Then function 1, number 1 comma number 2. Whereas name 1.
Ma'am, is it case sensitive?
No. Wait, name 1. Confirm me what is the problem. One topic I want to discuss is regarding the variable case sensitive. Or let me comment this. What is this dashed, red color dashed thing?
Compilation error.
Data type not declared.
Syntax error.
Terminal is taking a lot of time. It's a compile time error. So we will come to a conclusion. It is case sensitive. Name 1, small letter name 1 is not recognizing as capital name 1. All right. What will be? We change it as name 1. It's clear that line number 12 is a compile time error. Read the error. So line number 12 in my demo 2.ts, 12th line in that ruler, count it. So argument string cannot be assigned to number type. So TypeScript resultant as compile time. Compilation itself, it's not success. Shall we get into more on TypeScript? So one reason of moving from JavaScript to TypeScript, one is strongly typed language, the other one is when we are getting an error.
Ma'am,
Hmm.
ma'am, every time we make a change in our TS file, we have to generate a new JS file for that?
No, only once.
No. With the changes made.
Yes, of course. See, come on, guys. It's a source code. If you are making changes all the time, a new JS file got generated automatically after your successful compilation. So what is TypeScript? Okay, I didn't get confirmation. Shall we get into more theory on TypeScript? 1 or 2 demos, it's done.
Yes, ma'am.
Case sensitive. It will not bind with the type. It's a compile time error. I can't even compile it. All right. So let's get into more theory part of TypeScript and also programming things of TypeScript. So TypeScript, it is a superset of JavaScript. Yes, it is an unusual, we will find something unusual relationship with JavaScript. So whatever the functionality of JavaScript, whatever we had discussed in last 10 days, yes, TypeScript is supported all the feature of JavaScript along with that. Additionally, point number 1, TypeScript is, guys, are you with me?
Strongly typed.
Strongly typed.
So nothing new. I'm not going to introduce a new language. No, we are in web application, dynamic feature we achieved through JavaScript. Few drawbacks has been overcome with the help of TypeScript. So certain features of JavaScript will be taken by all. I can see most of them is taken by TypeScript. Additionally, TypeScript is strongly typed one of the system. You have to be specify your type, and of course we will move to the next slide where there will be a category of primitive type and complex type, everything. And I was telling this from the beginning, it is an object-oriented programming, strong object-oriented programming language. So it supports object in the form of class, in the form of type, also in the form of powerful interface. Interface is supported. I have not introduced these type of interface functionality in JavaScript. And one another powerful feature is generics. So before that, what is interface? When I say the word interface, what are all the points coming into your mind?
Function declaration.
So we will have abstract method, only function declaration. So before that, always inheritance relationship, sharing of features from parent to child. And in that sharing, always interface consists of method, definition, the complete declaration alone. The complete definition will be there in my child functionality. And what about generics?
User defined method.
Generics.
What do you say about the type, ma'am? Like,
It's also related to data type. In Java, we discussed on generic class and generic method. What my generic class will do and generic method will do. One common method.
Globally,
By using type interface, I can give any type at runtime and it will map to the appropriate type. Don't forget this. These are all repetitive interview questions. Always we will type JavaScript and JavaScript will be converted to, TypeScript will be converted to JS because the browser cannot run TypeScript directly.
Ma'am,
Uh,
like we are using TypeScript to make our JavaScript object oriented, right?
mm.
Okay.
And by the way, I want all of you to explore on one very old scripting language, which is ECMAScript. You know, so how my browser needs to read the code of scripting and how it has to execute, how it should work. So has been provided by ECMAScript. We have various versions in ECMAScript. I don't know how many of you noticed here. ECMAScript 6 version is also called as JavaScript. So apart from that, all the prototyping, you remember, whenever we have an array object, you will find something called as default prototypes and dynamic types, constructors of JavaScript. Everything by JavaScript will be supported. Apart from that, we have these additional features. So always we will use the command TSC. As of today, tomorrow, Monday, the story is different. Default compilation. So converts into JS because browser cannot run TypeScript. It can able to interrupt only JS file. So same slide we came across on JavaScript. Same slide. I have introduced in the first session of JavaScript. The language is statically typed if the data type of variable is known at compile time. So our C, C++, Java, today's topic, TypeScript is also statistically typed language. Whereas the data type is associated at execution time, run time. We are not going to specify any data type. The data type will be determined at runtime is my JavaScript, your Python, PHP, Perl, or best example. So explicitly today, we need to specify the type of variable. Here, we no need to type. My environment will understand. So the advantage is mostly we will get errors at compile time. At the time of compilation itself, lots of trivial bugs has been caught at early stage. So there is no compiler to do static type checking. So many chances are there for runtime, and we may not also expect the expected value to be written because of this type has been not provided. We are again back to statically typed language where we need to specify the type. So please look into the table. Different data types supported in TypeScript. So we have string type. Many are familiar to us. So just handle that. And if something is new, we will discuss on it. We have string type. We have number. So number will take both integer and float. Boolean will hold true or false. So what is the type you need to declare for Boolean?
Yes.
Please look into the tabular column. Whether it has text, it will be resultant as true or false. Enum, collection of fixed values. We can use the keyword enum. This is new to us. So we can see a simple example of union. Type formed from two or more other types. My code can accept both string and number. If I provide string, if I provide number, both will accept.
Ma'am, does it mean like our like data type should be string or a number?
Or number. If I give any other enum or any other type, it will not accept.
Okay.
So, and what? Any data type used when type checking error needs to be ignored. Any type. So my environment will, based on the value I'm providing, it will accept the respective type. So array, sequential storage of data accessed by index. Let marks, colon, number. Even this is optional. If I don't specify number of, instead if I give let marks is equal to curly braces 5589, machine will consider it as a number array. So collection of different types of values, similar to an array, but collection of different types of value you can declare. We will not use array and tuple. We will use object type mostly. Take a snap of this, you can try. And these are all primitive type. For all the primitive type, capital letter word is your, what is that, class type, which is also supported in TypeScript. String, number, capital Boolean. So you can give small Boolean also, or you can give capital Boolean. So number, capital number, string. So let's get into sample program for these data types. There we continue. Okay, I'll complete the theory of this object type. So I can say these are all your primitive type. So we have a complex referential type, which is object. In JavaScript, the fundamental way we will group and pass data is through object. In TypeScript, we will represent those complex type with the help of object. We will define object via 3 different categories in TypeScript. Please listen carefully. Object types are defined by listing their types and property. I just wanted to highlight the word types and properties. Can you recollect variables and behaviors? Same, indirectly. The type part of each property is optional, in which case it is assumed to be any data type. Object type can also specify some or all the properties optional. So add question mark after the property. So we will be specifying their types and property. So property can be of any data type. Sometimes you can leave the property also as an optional. If I don't specify any property, then it can be called as anonymous. It can be called as named using interface, named using type alias. These are all different types of object declaration in our TypeScript. Let's get into detail on this object also. All right. So whatever the data type we discussed both in primitive type and object type, let's discuss. Let us display the details of university student. The detail needs to be stored. First name, student ID, first name, last name, fees, course, whether they have opted for hostel facility or not. Boolean, true or false. So I can define a class with all the properties. Shall we get into code of TypeScript? Whereas I can also define an object without any property. In such situation, it can be an anonymous object. It can be named using interface, named using type alias name. All these things we will discuss in forthcoming demos. All right. Node.js. Please pay attention. See, we need to collect n number of details of students. So I want to collect details of student. I want to collect student ID. I want to collect name. I want to collect fees, integer type, number type, string type, one more number type, and a Boolean type. So in order to collect all these type of data and not a single data, so many data, we have to use the concept of what concept I need to use?
Any.
No. Point number 1. So we have primitive type and which may hold single data. So if I want to collect some 10 student details and it is of mixed data type, can I handle with array?
No, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
It's heterogeneous, no? Or heterogeneous
It's an
array.
heterogeneous type. Can I handle with an array? A big
Yes,
no.
We can go for list type.
Object.
I haven't introduced any list.
Object.
Object.
Ma'am, object.
We have a powerful reference to type, complex type. Why it is not striking in your mind? I'm telling this TypeScript is an OOPS language. So complex type, reference type. So TypeScript provides a powerful data type called as object type, where I can handle many details, many data, not a single data. I can store many data and the data can be of mixed type. No, the answer is object type. And listen carefully. I can define an object in TypeScript. I can define an object. So we can define, or I can say I can declare object using 3 ways. The first way is using type. The second one is by using class, and the third one is using, I discussed this. Oh my God, did I discussed this. I've been telling this. Did I said the word interface from morning? Okay, please listen. So I can able to handle this object in TypeScript via 3 different ways: type, class, and interface. Shall we go with first way? Guys, are you there? Feeling
Yes,
tired?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Please be strong with the topic. From Monday onwards, next 3 weeks, we will be into this type only. We may handle primitive type. So mostly we will be into object type. What I can use? So 3 different ways are there. We'll go for the first, and then class, and then interface. We'll go one by one. So type. So type is a keyword followed with, I'm giving my type name as student. Shall I? It's my object name. So it consists of, can I give student ID? And student ID belongs to the type. Let me take it as number. Oh my God, no one noticed this.
You are writing JS file.
It's been some 10 days now. We were working on JavaScript. It will take some time for me. So within 1 or 2 days, it will familiar. So please create a file with the extension .ts. So type, okay, go for capitalized word. Student ID, it belongs to number. First name, string. Last name, string. What else? Fees, number, course, string, whether they are hostelates or not, which will be either it will take true or false of the type Boolean, whether this is okay. So I'm going to define an object type. So please think about, I'm going to store a collection of record of mixed data type. And all these belongs to the type student type. Shall we create first student record?
Yes, ma'am.
So where my first student, student 1. Student 1 belongs to the type. Whenever if I'm declaring a variable, I should use colon. We will either specify the data type, whereas student 1 belongs to the type
Student.
Very good. Colon, I should have user defined type student. All of you got this 9th line. So I'm creating a variable S1. According to me, it's a variable. We can also say as a reference type object. This S1 belongs to the type colon what? Student. So how we are specifying F name, first name belongs to the type string. Likewise, S1 belongs to the type student. Whether it is array type or name value pair type. Whether I have to use index or whether I have to use key.
Key.
Hey, ma'am.
Key, ma'am.
Key, ma'am.
We are not into array, we are into objects. So please use the respective key and assign the value. Have this practice. So student ID is 1001. First name. This is Abdul. So once if you specify the type as student, so all the property you can able to fetch. The last name.
Can we use single comma like in JavaScript?
Right? You try and tell me the difference. Student ID, first name, last name, fee, course, Java, weather, hostel, false. So student 1, let me create student 2. Can create as many number of type. Please pay attention. 2002, 2003. Right. Can I print the record? What is the expectation? Details, print the details of university student. Wait. Student detail, student 1 detail. This is my demo 4.
Demo 3.
Demo
Three,
3,
ma'am.
ma'am.
So if there is no error, compilation will be success. Automatically it will generate demo 3 JS file. You please link that. So TypeScript is not printing the detail, inner detail. It is only printing object type. So how can I print all the student details? Can I use function and can I pull? Huh? It's simply I'm getting an output as object. Student 1 detail S1 is considered as an object type. So how to print all the values in object type?
Student dot s1 maybe.
S1.fname, S2.
Convert into array type dot value.
Dot. So S1 is considered as an object type and SID, first name, last name are considered as a property. So those property needs to be fetched with the help of property name. What will happen now? Okay, don't forget to compile. So you have to use object name dot property name. Okay, so to overcome that in Java, we used to go for toString. So here I will not use toString, I will use my own method. Print details. I'm gonna to print all the details. I'm gonna to take the type as student type. Return details colon. Please pay attention. Student ID /t space x dot student ID. plus slash t plus x dot first name. So time being, I'm just printing few records. Last name. Well, it works. What is your understanding on this function? I am defining a function, let it be print detail. It is taking a parameter x, and those parameter belongs to the type user defined type student. And this function is gonna to return the type
String.
string. I can say indirectly, it's similar to our toString. I'm just relating. That's all. So instead of printing all the details one by one, so let me call the method print details and I will pass first object. So what will happen when I pass S1? S1 is captured as X. Yes, S1 X all belongs to the type student and it will fetch the appropriate detail. I'm just making a concatenation of string and I'm displaying. Whether it will work, will I get the output? Is there any syntax error? Will I get the output?
Yes, ma'am.
So we have implemented an object type. So collection of many data. So many data of different type of a same group. So we defined an object type. We can define an object by using the word type. So we started with type. Later we will travel to class and interface. And the speciality is I can have so many objects. So, and all the object type can have mixed type of properties, which I have defined. Always you have to use the respective key. See again, certain functionality, programming features remain same. Only thing is we are streamlining. One is this type, the other one is this object type. All right. So don't forget to compile all the time. I don't have compilation error. Output is not a very big deal. The idea behind the code is important. So we have handled an object type using the category type. So later we will handle class and interface. Take time, analyze the code and the output. So before moving to the next. And whatever the basic programming fundamentals you want to do, you do it. What is that? Array, printing an array, declaring an array, printing an array, addition of two numbers, whatever. Any query? Shall we go to the next topic?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Which of the following declares a variable in TypeScript? You try the same. You declare all the three type and tell me which are all valid. Give me a minute. I am waiting for the answer. I got the message, give break for 10 minutes.
All of the above.
Ma'am, all.
Hmm.
Yes.
So in TypeScript, where my where is equal to 123 is valid, it told no, it will take the type, but this is recommendable. Where is also an acceptable word. Let is also an acceptable word. All three are the syntax, different ways of declaring a variable in TypeScript. Yeah. So we haven't, I haven't tried the sample program on any, union, boolean, what, array. You can try, but here is a question. Syntax, what is the proper syntax for union type variable?
Second one.
Second one.
And one.
Type can be referenced with square bracket. Array can be used with square parenthesis is different from square bracket. So the valid for union type variable declaration is where followed with variable name colon square parenthesis. All right. So I'll give you a break. So let me complete functions alone because function is not something new. Even I have introduced a function on my demo 2 itself. So always you have to define a function with function keyword followed with function name. Function may or may not accept parameters. Always parameter needs to be defined with type, and return type also needs to be specified. If there is any return, you have to go ahead with the return keyword. So let's go for a traditional function in TypeScript later. We will work on arrow function, this anonymous function too. So there are primary means of passing data to JavaScript. TypeScript allows to specify the type of both input and output. So we have parameter type annotation and return type annotation. So later I'll introduce anonymous. So take a snap of this. You can try a sample demo on a regular way of traditional function in TypeScript. So function space function name, use this camel case. So compound word where the second word first letter will be caps. Get square. You may find square caps. Try to reduce using underscore. So one day you will come to know. So don't use underscore hereafter. So go for camel case. So value colon number, value is a parameter. Return type is also a number. Since we have return type, return keyword is mandate. Okay. So let's take a break of 10 minutes. After that, I'll give you some practice time to practice on the fundamental part and this type part. Later, we'll continue with anonymous, class, interface, generics, and many more.
Error with in this code.
Union is not working. Where?
I'm taking tuple like tuple.
Use small letter string. Don't use class type. Use prim. Both the places changes.
Small letter. No?
Yeah. In say 5th line also. And I want to see the error. So no. You will not get error in 5th line. The idea behind 6th one is it's a tuple. Again, it's a collection of value. Course, you have to provide both string and number. In square bracket, you have to provide 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, comma, whatever string format, comma, number. Two different values you need to pass with scores. Comma, you give some number. Close it. Save. It should accept. It's not working.
No, again. Oh, okay. Now it's okay.
So yeah, good try. So union, either of the type. Tuple is similar to our array, but it's a mixed type. You need to specify the type. Yes, Niranjan, try. Good. Likewise, I want all of you not miss any single type. For today alone, you are practicing. So ensure that you are handling all the data type. 29 raised. Mainak, Praveen, Priyanka, are you back?
Ma'am.
Where my device? So I want all of you to try till functions. A step ahead, you can try a regular traditional function, anonymous function, and an arrow function. Scroll up. So use square bracket between the data. CSC and 2002. 202. That's all.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, Swapnil.
Can I share? I'm facing problem while declaring enum. Is it correct syntax?
Declare it outside and call.
It's outside this.
No, outside the block itself.
I did not get.
You declare it separately and access that enum type over here. So what we can do is, wait. Thinking whether enum, no. Enum name values. You place it outside. For example, you cut and paste it in line 1.
Okay.
No, not grades, only enum type. I said in line number 1, you give enter and declare an enum.
Outside type.
Enter, paste it. Or remove that grade. Keep semicolon. You give level over here. So in employee 1, you don't give double quotes A. I'm talking about line number 16.
Yeah,
You
got
give
it.
level dot A. This is a proper syntax.
Okay, ma'am.
Even if you want to give a key value pair, you give with try for equal to or colon. For A level, you need to give some grade. Okay.
Where, ma'am? Can you repeat?
So this will work, no problem at all.
Yeah.
Whereas instead of index, even if you want to try key value pair in enum, that is also possible.
Okay.
You finish this and try. Here A, B, C are direct values which will take index reference.
Yes.
Instead of index, you can give key also.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
There is an error in a function when you are trying to print level.
Yeah.
The grade. You give x dot level, don't give grade. Grade dot level, line number 19. Keep your cursor what it is telling. X dot grade dot level. It's not taking.
No. It will take
X
grade
dot.
only.
It will take the appropriate enum value. Fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Try.
Yes, ma'am.
Rishikesh, if you have error, please share your screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Rishikesh, Siddharth, if you have error, you could not able to resolve, share.
Ma'am, I have sent you the on Slack. I do not have error.
Okay, because I saw red color dashed line. That is what I thought it's.
Ma'am, that because of a folder.
You will not get output Rishikesh because console is missing. Get addition will return 100, but where you are printing? Line number 5, you add console.log get addition of 5. I'm sorry, 50.
Ma'am,
Yes, Roshan, tell me.
ma'am, can I share my screen?
Share.
Ma'am, I have this SID. I made it string and number, like, and I'm trying to do this, but it's not working. Okay, so sorry. And
Which one is?
no, ma'am, it worked. Ma'am, this enum type tech and non-tech, I have given it here, but when I give type here, it gives error. If I give tech here, like, is it like, ma'am, this is the way I can give enum here?
Don't give the word type. Type is a keyword. Instead of type, you give type 1 in 4th line. Can you modify here? You cannot give enum by this way. So what is enum? So please get idea about enum. Enum is a collection of fixed constant values. Those values, I want to use it in my project. I cannot give enum name as my property name. So I'm giving a type. By the way, you don't give type, you give a meaningful word here. So what is this? Domain or stream, something like that. And here, student, fee, course, hostel, and stream. You can give stream. In line number 12, object property should be, don't give type 1, you give it as stream. So stream is a property of my student, where the stream will take either tech or non-tech. So it should be tech or non-tech. So I don't want to give any other term. My student, they should fall under tech category or non-tech category, fixed constant. I don't want to change that value. So instead of tech, you delete and give domain.tech. That's all. And you don't need to give double quotes also. You give domain dot tech. So first student. Okay, you give domain alone. Sorry, it is an type leave. In student 1 or 2, at the time of initialization, you enter, you give stream colon domain dot. No. You always used enum name dot tech. So my student 2, Rahul Singh, belongs to tech domain.
Okay.
Whereas the other one, Ram, can be non-tech. Can I able to change tech to some other? No, that we cannot do because it's an enum type.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Thank you. Ma'am,
Yes, Roshan.
ma'am, every time when we are compiling, so it is supposed that the demo1.js file that has been created because of our TypeScript file after
Hmm.
compilation. So every time we will compile it, will it update itself?
Hmm.
But ma'am, in my case, it is not. I don't know. Like for the first time, it did happen, and after that, it is not updating itself.
Share, let's see.
Okay. Like ma'am, I added enum here, and then I added few things here, and I did put this command. And now when I go to demo1.js file, it doesn't show. Like every time, what I have to do is I have to delete this file.
No, don't do. You check the output. See, whatever the syntax we are using in TypeScript will not be supported in JavaScript.
Okay.
You cannot see a duplicate file. So demo1.ts will not be duplicated in JS. It will automatically convert to the syntax of JS. So don't worry on it. You
but
only execute your HTML file.
Like it ended here at hostel false s2. Now I updated from hostel. I updated here stream domain.tech. Now
That's okay. There we don't have these data type. Compilation is success. You save your file. First of all, you go to TypeScript file.
Save.
You don't need to go JS file at all.
Okay.
You go to TypeScript, save.
Yes, ma'am.
You compile it. Don't worry on JS file. If there is no compilation error, that's all. For your reference, if you can open and see, but don't need to worry on the codings.
Okay, ma'am. It's working.
No, you print that. Is that there in printable statement?
I will.
Why are you confusing me? You close this. Are we working on this? You close this this project.
Yeah, okay. Sure.
You open the other Visual Studio. Right, demo1.js. You go to TS file.
Yeah, no, we are not printing that actually for now.
That's what I'm telling. You print your enum. Use npx command.
Zero, one.
You give the control to me. Of domain, tech, non-tech. It's just a fixed value. Domain.tech, domain.non-tech. Student. Right.
Function return type, can we change to any?
No. We are just returning a string type. No, don't use this. Wait, let me check. Double quotes. No, it's an error. Unterminated string.
Then in enum, have you left one comma?
No problem.
Okay.
Ma'am, x dot last name /t is out of quotes.
Double quotes plus.
Zero zero one. What is this?
Enum is taking only index.
Yeah.
Let's you take the value. No, we will give. So let us give enum. So machine is taking only its index.
Yeah.
Wait. It is valid one. What is the problem? So I'm having an enum domain which is taking tech and non-tech alone. So if I give non-tech, it is taking the default. See here, non-tech is taking 1 and tech is taking 0. All right. So tech, let me give tech as a key and tech domain as a value. Same thing is worked for the previous learner. I don't know, someone shared.
Harshad. Yes.
That's what I told. It works on key value pair combination or index. Since we don't have key and value separate, it took 0 and 1. Let's try now. See here. Now it is. Can you relate? Now if I keep the cursor, tech is considered as a key and it is taking the value domain, tech domain and non-tech domain. Right. It's an asynchronous. Or the way we are using it differs. Okay, I'm sure all of you are practicing. Enum can take only values. If you don't specify key, it is taking index methodology. So, or you can give a key and you give equal to as a separator and you provide the value.
Okay. So every time we use enum, we have to key value pair. Yeah.
Enum, it is domain.
Right.
Domain dot. Go for key value.
Domain.
Okay, proceed with next notion.
Okay.
Ma'am, can I share my screen?
Yes, yes, Sudeep, share.
Ma'am, I'm not getting an output.
Wait, let me check your code. What you are trying in line number?
Should I show you the TS file?
No. I don't want to see JS file. Please go to TypeScript file. My kind request to all. No need to open your JS file at all. Once if a compilation is success. See, just now I told no. Just taking key. Wait, give me 1 minute time. Let me analyze it. So by default, if you declare an enum, new is considered as a key, existing is also considered as a key, and it is taking a value 0 and 1.
Okay.
Let it be.
So
Let it be. We will see. It is taking 0 and 1. Are you getting 0 and 1 in the output?
no, there is no output. That's what I'm showing you.
Okay, wait. Hey, nowhere there is console. Then how you will get the output? You have to call the function.
Oh my bad. I actually
You
missed
give
that
line.
part.
You give the cursor. Keep your cursor on line number 22.
No, I can. There is
Try.
secondary. There is secondary.
Whomsoever you give console.log and call the function and pass the object. Whomsoever I'm calling, share the screen. Once it is done, we can continue with the next part. Whom I can call? Abdul Karim, share your screen. Make it fast. I just want to see your work.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm arrow function and anonymous and demo. I am pre all the things.
Okay. Okay. What about the data type? Have you tried all the data types?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ashmita, share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. This is the output, ma'am.
Have you tried data types?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Show me your TypeScript code.
This one, ma'am.
Go to demo2.ts, not
Sorry.
JSTS.
Yes, sorry, ma'am.
Go to demo1.
Sorry.
Ashmita, concentrate. All the 3 ways, the thing I have tried around 10 o'clock, 10:30, it's 12:40. I want you to try your own fundamental demos on basic data type.
Ma'am, is Sudeep here? Can I say something?
Yes, Sudeep, share your screen.
No.
Yes,
I
Ashmita,
want to share.
Working, no?
The thing you said about the enum, it's correct actually, but it's not going for 0 and 1. It's showing a different error.
Show me, share.
Like it's not showing up. Just a second. Like it's going for this, and the way I found out that the JS file is a little messed up like this.
You don't need to wait. Give me a minute time. Let me analyze your code. Don't go JS file at all. Please close that.
Okay.
No, this is for everyone. Let it do internal translation. Leave. So frequency, freak should take status. in freak. All right. It is correct. You are not at all printing the freak. I don't know what is that frequency or not. In line number 21, you concatenate the freak. X dot freak. Correct only. I was telling about enum. No, it is taking
This
index
101.
value 101. For that only, I said go for key value pair combination.
Okay.
You give zero, you give whatever, zero equal to or new equal to. Okay, fine, new equal to, it is taking equal to separator. Because colon is reserved for data type, no, go for equal to.
This is coming.
Okay, we'll continue with the next part of object type, shall we?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
See, anyway, we will always be using mostly object type, but just I want you to try enum and go for Boolean, union, any array tuple. So use collect different data type as a tuple. Use square bracket, but ensure that not string or number, both string and number, two different data for tuple. So requesting all of you to please pay attention. So
Ma'am, can you go back to the
we-
tuple page once
Uh.
again? Just a second.
I shared also.
No. Ma'am, in this tuple, like in this let person string comma number, can we store an object there? Use an object there?
It is not considered as an one of. You want this person as a property to be stored in object?
No. I want to store an object as one of the data types, an object type.
No, don't confuse. Object is something, a blob group. There I can have many properties. One of the property can be any of this type. So likewise, you can use tuple as a property of object type.
Okay.
Ma'am,
It is what you were trying. You tried for enum also. Yeah, someone called me.
yes, ma'am. Actually, I tried using tuple, and when I was using it, so when we provide index 0, it will print Kunal. But if we will not provide any index, like if we will only just put person there, then it automatically prints the second value.
I see. Share
Like-
it.
Yeah.
Of course, they mentioned as similar to array. So it will take index.
See, ma'am, this. Oh, okay. Yes, yeah.
You add one line.
Yeah, ma'am. This course full stack 33.
Student 2 Rahul is having course full stack and 33.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's take 33 hours.
Student Sanskrit through.
Got it.
And now I have printed this x.course. And this is the output I am having. 333 and 2. And if we change it to 0 and save it, do this, it will give us Sanskrit given for this.
Correct. It's correct. If it is 0, it is taking 0th index of course, which is whatever, those string type.
Yeah.
If you give 1, it is taking hours. If you don't give anything, it is taking both.
It's taking both.
Check.
Yeah, okay.
It is taking both.
Yeah.
Good try. All right. After type, the next topic is function. I'm sure you people are familiar with regular way of function, defining a function, function name, parameters, return type. So we can also define a function without a name. Can we define a function without name?
Yes, ma'am. Arrow function.
Yes, ma'am.
Possible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. With the arrow, without arrow is also possible. I can give a function with name. Can I define a function without name? Anonymous. When a function without a name appears, then a TypeScript can determine how it is called. Then the parameters are automatically taken as a given type. Of course, we can achieve that using arrow function too. So please look into this demo. Anonymous function. There is a array names. Even though you don't have a type, a TypeScript can able to understand. It belongs to string array. Names dot for each array function we are calling for each. and we are defining what is that callback function without a function name. Please look into the second line. So for each is taking a callback function. Either I can define a function and I can call the function name, or I can go for this anonymous function. Function, no function name, but define a parameter, because I don't want function name. I cannot able to call this function. If it is a traditional function, I can call here. So function keyword, no function name, parameters, and its body part, function body. The other way is arrow function, no function keyword at all. If it is parameter, you define within square parenthesis, arrow and your body. If more than one line, you can use curly braces. I'm sure as of now, you people are familiar with this. Try this. A simplified form of anonymous is your arrow, that's all. Shall I go to next topic? Function is clear. Will you able to try anonymous and arrow by yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
So moving on to class, oops concept. Listen carefully. So for all future demos concept, we will be dealing with class type. So listen carefully. So TypeScript is an object-oriented language. It supports all the concepts of oops, class, interface, polymorphism, data binding. So binding the data from one scripting to another part, HTML to here, and then from JSON to here, TypeScript, everything is possible. So TypeScript supports this feature, ECMAScript 6 and its later version. So few concept of oops. Oops is everywhere. All the property features, everything remains same. It's features. So whenever if you have a class definition, whenever if I have a class, I should have a variable. I should have a method, that is behavioral part, field. What else? What class can have? A class can have a variable, class can have a method, and what else? Constructor. What is the purpose of constructor? Constructor is always used to
initialize the value of the variable at the time of creation.
Class variable, correct. It will initialize the class variable so that the object will be bind and initialize those variable with the respective object memory. So yes, one class can have another inner class. So yes, I can have nested class as well as interface. So class contains another class. Nested class is also supports. Oops remains everywhere same. Yeah. I will not try. You people can try because you are familiar with this. Please take a snap if required or try by yourself. Class keyword followed with class name. 3 variables. Class variable of appropriate type. Constructor is used to initialize. You can also try with getter. Same demo, I want you to try with getter. So get customer ID, return type, return customer ID, get name. Return type is string, you return string. If it is a private variable, you need getter. And you have don't have toString. Instead of, you can have print customer details, a method, and you return some string and try to print all. So you can create an object with const, let, where, anyway it is fixed. So object name equal to new keyword, class name of, you can have all the variables. And by using getter, you can fetch, or by using any print details method, you can able to print all the details of customer. Will you able to try TypeScript class example?
Ma'am, we cannot use constructor name as class name here.
Go for constructor alone.
Okay.
Explicit name is not required. Thanks for reminding. So if you look into the code, please look into first line, class customer. I have one constructor. So by default, this constructor belongs to the class customer class. So the name is optional.
Ma'am, ma'am, do we have this method to generate the constructor?
No, I didn't get you. Method to generate constructor.
In Java, we can generate getters and
No.
Generating
No. As of now, try by yourself. Type it by yourself.
Ma'am, the last line, get address. That is a function or
We should define, that's what I told. For customer ID, name, address, go for
It is a
getter method.
okay. So we need to define that in class, right?
According to me, go for private variable. You declare customer ID, name, address as private. And after constructor, declare 3 getter method. And you can able to access. Instead of separate getter, you can have any print method and you can also able to access. Only thing is, whatever the concept, you please familiar in TypeScript. And this one more line, no other go. We need to use new keyword for creating an object. Along with it, you can pass the property values. Do we discussed any private keyword in JavaScript?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
And we discussed on 2 things. One is let and where. Only based on let and where we are differentiating the scope. So where will give you the global scope. Whereas TypeScript is an object-oriented programming language. Yes, it supports access specifier. You try a variable with private keyword. I mean class variable. In object-oriented programming, the concept of encapsulation. The first feature of OOPS is encapsulation. When I said about OOPS, when I introduced the word encapsulation, can you all able to recollect the definition? All question. What is encapsulation? Why we need encapsulation and how we implemented encapsulation?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Please do recollect. So yeah, public, private class can control the visibility of data members. This can done using access. TypeScript, as I said, it's an object-oriented language. It supports encapsulation feature. Encapsulation is achieved with secured member. So public, please look into this point. By default, all the members of class in TypeScript are public. In Java, it is default package scope. If I don't specify customer public, private, protected, it will consider as I can call anywhere, but don't do that. So by default, it is public. There is no default state. Only to the class you cannot access outside. Protected to parent and child. Nothing new. So try the same. Yeah, comparison code. A class comparison code between Java and TypeScript. So I think I mentioned this. Access specifiers are not in JavaScript. So every member in a class is global scope. Whereas encapsulation feature, you cannot access this visibility of data members. But the same can be achieved in TypeScript with the help of access specifier. So as soon as I completed the theory on class, you try one demo, whatever the demo is in front of you. Class, private, variable, constructor, and a getter. What is the scope of this get method? Get student ID. It's a method return type of the number and it is returning the student ID. What is the access specifier of this method?
Public.
Private.
Private.
Read the theory and tell me the answer. If I don't specify any access specifier, TypeScript, the members will be considered as
Public.
all of you got it, public. So this getter, if I put public, if I don't put public, my class member will be considered as public. So no problem, you can access outside it. So TypeScript interface. So interface is syntactical contract that is an entity should conform. It is another way of achieving the object type. So yes, in TypeScript, interface defines variable properties. It defines method. It also defines events. So later, no DOM events also can be triggered over here. So it contains only declaration of members. So mandatory, you should have a deriving class. The deriving class responsibility is used to define the member. So always interface consists of declaration. Its definition will be inside your child class. As usual, you cannot able to instantiate the interface, but it can be referenced by the class wherever it is implementing it. Please look into this interesting point, last point. Always we will compile the TypeScript. You believe it or not, if I have an interface in TypeScript, if you compile and if you view in JavaScript, the interface word will be disappears. Why? Because JavaScript does not support interface. Anyway, you will get the respective output on your browser screen. No doubt in that. But since JavaScript, when you are doing a compilation, it is automatically generating the JS file. All those interface word will be disappears. But don't worry, we are into TypeScripting code. Concept will be there. You will be viewing the respective output. Only for a comparison, they are telling. I will not try this. So nothing is new. So you can try. Please listen. Interface name. Interface consists of properties, fields, variables. An interface consists of only method without definition. What is the idea behind this method? What is this greet? Guys, what is this greet? The word greet indicates
Abstract method.
It's a method. It's an abstract method. What does this empty square bracket indicates?
Parameters.
No parameter.
No parameters.
What is this string?
Return
type.
Return type.
I have a function. Imagine like I have a function. So imagine like there is a function greet, no parameter, but it is returning string. It's the same thing. This is a traditional way and this is an arrow function. No parameter and it is returning a string type. So I have a customer. Yes, we have to use colon operator for implementing deriving functionality. Child class inheritance can be implemented with the help of colon. So colon person. So you can use interface variable and you can declare and you can override. So method definition, according to the requirement of child class, you can define. Take a snap of this and you can try. As per TypeScript interface, it consists of fields and method. All the fields and methods consist of only declaration. Defining part should be there in an appropriate derived class. Visual Studio Code. 1 second, I'll confirm the keywords to be used for inheritance. Give me a minute. Follow. Just come along with me. No worries. Yes. Let's take class EM. Class permanent employee. Temporary employee. You confirm this alone. Interface game. Class basket ball increments game. Type. Type is also not supported. Wait. Not supporting. So let me declare a variable where x colon game. So tell me what is a wait. Similarly, where emp1 colon emp. So tell me the difference between defining a class block, declaring a type block. So what is the difference between basketball and X? Or let me put tennis. Can I inherit? 1 minute. Let me inherit the same. We will have score colon return number. So assume like I have an interface game which is having a method without declaration. I'm sorry, without definition. Only declaration is there, and go for camel case. Have this practice. Don't use underscore hereafter. Tell me the syntax in line number 15. Whenever if I am implementing an interface, what are all the different way I can able to override the method? Can I use a array? Are you with me, guys?
Yes.
Colon number. God, why I'm not getting. So let's assume number of players colon number instructor of players colon number return number of players. Let's try various ways. number of players colon number. Number of players colon number, let it be 7. Return 200. See, we have certain do's and don'ts. If you are with me from the beginning, hope you have noticed those do's and don'ts. Wait. Oh. This is a big don't. All right. All right. So requesting you to pay attention. So just I wanted to give a regular try, but it didn't work. It is working only based on the object type. So for interface, I'm talking. So please look into line number 14 and line number 16. So I have an interface. By default, whatever I'm defining inside my interface consists of only declaration. All the definition of my fields and methods should be inside my deriving part. So what is this word tennis? We have defined an interface called as game. So followed with, we are defining a Tennis is considered as what?
Child class.
Very.
Child of game.
No, we cannot say it as a child
Child
class. We can call this as an
Very.
no.
It will be a number.
implementation class.
It will not be
Object.
no. Object. I can go only with the name called as object. That is why I tried with basketball class. It is not accepting, by the way. So this is a usage of interfaces. Even for class also that is applicable. Okay, let's get into interface alone. So where we will always use where for variable. Yes, of course, a variable can be of primitive type. Here, the word tennis is considered as an object and it belongs to the type game type. Okay, we can go tennis as an object that belongs to the type game. So what we can indirectly say is, so now all the properties of game has been bind automatically to tennis. I'll repeat again. So we have a tennis object of the type game. So it is considered as a type. Interface is also, so I can say type student, likewise interface game. So now we have an object tennis, so which has defined all the property which we specified inside game. Okay, let me check. So I'm compiling my demo 4. Automatically JS will be generated. So if you look into JS file, see here, this is my TypeScript. Hardly some simple code. You can see the prototyping of all class, interface, type, everything into your JS. If you search for what is that interface, you cannot even find an interface, the word interface. That is what they mentioned in a slide. So whenever if you are converting your TypeScript to JavaScript, so even you cannot find the keyword interface. It is just considered as type. That's all. If you look into tennis, automatically it is taking 2 and display score is considered as a function and it is returning 100. You cannot even find game. So game got disappears because it is an interface. And what about the previous part? I thought let's give a try. So this is a regular way. We can say cloning part, permanent employee. It is a derived class of employee. So which can take the properties. Apart from that, if you take, what is the difference between temp employee, permanent employee with EMP1? Please look into the difference.
MP1 is an object.
MP1 is an object.
So indirectly, we are binding all the properties of the type employee to my EMP1. This is one way, whereas the other way is you can go for regular object creation also. Let it be let EMP2 is equal to new EMP1 of. This is also another way. Here it is type, here it is an object. Type referenced, it is object referenced. So I thought let's give a child reference for interface, but that didn't work. You also give a try. Regular way of implementing your interface. I tried, but it didn't work. You can also give a try once, else you continue with this binding, a regular way of binding. So this is very important. We will be using these type of binding lot in future in Angular. Okay, other than that, this constructor, variable, private variable, getter and printable statement and passing the value and regular way of printing, I want you to give a try. So object type and union are written directly by using type annotations. So we commonly use same type for more than once and it is referred to as a single name. So type allies is exactly as a name. So we can use the word type followed with type name and you can have a regular type. Instead, you can use colon and you can take the appropriate type. So the colon is a powerful type. So by this way, we are going to bind the properties of one type, one class, one interface to a variable. So you can use it for a regular type, primitive type. Also, you can use it as a tuple. Also, you can use it for class and interface also. See here, syntax for type allies. I can give type followed with type name. I can have my own type. So I can reference to that. Likewise, I can have a type allies for my classes and interfaces too. See here. So I can use point, colon, point, and this type is not new to us. We have already used. So by using point, small letter point, I can have a mixed type of values. I can call X and I can call Y. I can provide values. So whatever we discussed, the comparison is in front of you. So regular way of interface followed with type. I'll repeating. So we will use an interface. So likewise, TypeScript allows the block called as type block. You can use it for union type, even object type. We have handled a demo, student demo in the morning. It's type. So it looks like same. Yeah, more point, interface and type both looks like. There is only one difference. We will discuss on the same. So in object-oriented programming scenario, in our TypeScript language, either I can use interface or I can use type. So type, for example, University 1. So this we can call it as game type, and this we are defining as a type falls under university. Please look into the difference. That's it. We can close for forenoon session and then we'll continue after lunch. So one last topic, minute thing, nothing for you. If you prefer type, you can go ahead. So extending an interface by another interface. Assume that there is an interface animal and it is holding name string. We have a child interface which is extending from animal interface having another variable. Likewise, I can have type. I can have one another type. So which can be of animal type. Also, additionally, it can take more property. So my beer interface can take name as well as honey. This is a regular way. Whereas the right hand side is we are defining using type aliases. The word technical term type you can use. Type name. It belongs to animal and it takes honey as an additional property. So by creating an object for your child reference, I can call name, I can call beer. Beer is an object which can take name as well as honey. Here you can reference to your beer type and you can call both name and honey. So please look into the difference alone. If I have an interface, this property we already discussed in JavaScript. I have windows, interface window, title, colon, string. Can I have additional functionality outside the interface or a class? Can I use windows.ts.transpile module? Can I add an additional functionality source to my windows? which is possible. Adding a new field to an existing interface is possible, whereas adding a new field to existing type is not possible.
Yes, ma'am.
This part alone. Okay, we will continue with interface and type. Followed with we have generics. So these two, three, another we will end up with decorators, annotation. So these topics alone we'll discuss post lunch. What is the time? It's 1:33 in my clock. Okay. So we can go for a lunch, guys. So after lunch, I'll give you time to practice on constructor class block. Then we will continue with interface, type, and generics and decorators. So I want all of you to practice on a class field, private field, that too, constructor, getter, setter, object creation, as well as child class. Child class is working. You can try deriving a class from one class with extends keyword and also type. So interface, you can use as an interface or you can use as a type. Derivation of interface, it's not working. I'll confirm the same, whether it supports or not. But the type part is working for both class, interface, and a separate set type. Abhilash, Asmita, Kudus, Praveen, Soumya Ranjan, you present?
Yes, ma'am.
I said as a first step, you go for a regular class.
Okay, ma'am.
Go for a regular way of creating a class.
I did. I don't know. It changed itself.
It's just an anonymous class.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Go for regular class keyword followed with.
Ma'am, I am sure I made the regular class. I saved it, compiled it, and it has changed itself. This is not written by me.
Scroll up, I can
Show
see some
TypeScript. Show TypeScript, not JavaScript.
This is JS code.
Go to TS file.
TS file?
No, you are in JS file.
Demo1.ts. Demo1.ts.
That is a problem.
Yeah.
This is what I'm asking. Class customer. What is this line number? I don't see getter. Okay, after 75.
Yeah.
You better add private. Okay, that is also optional. Okay, after 75. You give get customer ID. Open close colon. It's a method, so you give open close parenthesis. No, parenthesis colon number. Customer ID return type number. Inside body you can return this dot customer ID.
Okay. Get customer ID. Return type will be number. Okay. And
inside body you can use regular curly braces.
Yeah.
And you can give return this dot customer ID. Semicolon. You try the same in line number 82.
Same thing.
You try to call this getter in 82, line number 82. Open close method call. Parenthesis is missing in 82. No, not required. Try. Check in browser.
Just 1 second. I was saving it.
No, refresh. No, it's working.
Yeah.
No error. No error.
It's
by the way, why are you giving OR operator and any type? You make it as number alone. You scroll up. Oh, I got it. It should be string. Come down. I'll tell you. I have
Line
not
number
noticed.
76. Line number 76, ma'am.
You give
number
or.
union string.
You give number or string because as per your giving both number and string or string. Compile it.
Save is not done, ma'am.
Give number comma string.
77 is saying
Save the file.
This customer ID 77.
Try number comma string. Comma, give comma instead of or.
Number, comma, string. I don't think that's right. Say.
Give comma and make it a small case S upside. You given capital S for string.
Where?
Only. Do we want to use parenthesis? Use parenthesis.
Okay.
In line number 76, use parenthesis. Okay. Everywhere. Here also. Small letter S.
Small letter S is fine.
Here, line number 66. 68, sorry. 60, 64.
65.
Now in getter method, give just comma instead of or.
Comma should be in this big bracket. Give this in big bracket.
Parenthesis, use parenthesis.
For comma, man.
No, for type.
For the entire number.
Number, comma, and string should be in parentheses.
No.
Both in parentheses.
Both.
Not separate.
Instead of comma, put or.
R?
Yes.
Or.
Not or operator.
Okay, it's or. I think it will work, I guess, now.
Save the file first.
Saved, already saved. A123. It is showing, I guess. Customer 123. Yeah, it is showing. Okay, thank you.
See, we are in TypeScript. So string small letter s will be considered as a primitive type. Capital S is an object type. So without new keyword, if you pass the literal, then there will be a clash. So please handle with care. We are not in Java. We are in script, TypeScript language. Small letter S in string indicates primitive. Capital S, please use for object type.
Ma'am, Abhilash is in the waiting room also.
Is in waiting room. Thanks. Arshad, share your screen. Shall we discuss on that type?
Excuse me, ma'am. I have a question.
Uh,
Ma'am, actually, ma'am, as a coder, ma'am, we required, to minimize the size of the file so that, it it may be work smooth for the smooth working. But in TypeScript, we are creating two files now, TS and JS file. Uh, is it affect the working of our functionality of the program?
because we need TypeScript.
That I understand, ma'am. For data type, we need TypeScript. But after using TypeScript, the size of the file will increase, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm listening, but I don't have any answer for this optimization because I cannot boycott certain thing. So one of the default language we will use for Angular application development is TypeScript. But TypeScript cannot be run by my browser directly. So we are doing this in between conversion process. But that will affect, of course, yes. We don't have any other choice.
Okay.
Ma'am,
Yes, Arshad.
can I share my screen? Yes, ma'am. I created the employee class, manager class,
Yeah.
and I'm trying to create a team of employees.
No, this will not work. You can have third-party class. Why are you using your parent class type? Manager itself, it's a
Sorry.
type of employee.
Yes, ma'am.
Scroll up. It leads to confusion. I can see an employee, manager, it's fine. But why are you creating team : employee array? God. Come down. What is the message we are getting? Can you compile this code? Or it's a compile time error?
It's a compiled error. Left side of comma operator is unused, has no side effects. One more type, employee cannot be used as an index type.
Wait, you cannot use this syntax. You use new employee of square bracket. You close the square bracket as such. And use curly braces. Come outside. Close it. Close square bracket. Curly braces. EMP 1, 2, 3. No. There, according to you, you need to handle an array. God, if you are, but we are creating an array of object of parent class. What else we can do?
Ma'am. Ma'am, I think array can be only initialized over here. It cannot add the values in array over here.
As
Ma'am, he
per the
can
last parameter,
he can create an array outside and he can pass the variable name of the array.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We'll try that.
nothing will impact on it. Manager. So you can try for department. Don't try for employee. So first of
Okay.
all, the idea behind employee manager is fine. So manager is also an employee who will have ID, first name, last name. You no need to replicate this. Scroll up.
And ma'am, one more thing, if it's the extended class, then employee would directly get the in this
Features of
super.
this. Yes, that's what. Listen. So what we can do is let's take employee. Employee ID name. You don't need to put manager ID name. It's not required. You can take mobile number. So one employee can have many mobile number and one employee can work on many projects. Do one thing. As I said, you can remove all the details of manager and you can try a project array. So project, project class. And
Class,
first you
yes.
create a project class, and project consists of project ID, project code, project hours, and one employee can work for many project array.
Okay.
You declare and try to create project array in your either employee or manager. You don't have. Try and share your screen after some time.
I'm sorry to say, but can you repeat one?
I'll repeat again.
Just went over my head.
Don't again create an object of parent in child. Don't do that.
Yes.
You have employee. You have as I used to say, no, part-time employee or full-time employee. In part-time employee or employee, you create an array of project object. So employee will have its own details and parent functionality can also exhibit. Plus, additionally, we are trying array of project.
Okay.
Instead of employee array, I want you to create a project array.
Or else, ma'am, I'll try your example. Those part-time and employee.
You have 4 class: employee class, part-time, full-time, part-time and full-time. You know what to be there in part-time and full-time. Additionally, you create project class, 4 classes. So 4th class, project class, for project class object, create an array of object and you reference it. How you referenced as an employee array. Likewise, you reference project array.
Okay.
And try.
Okay. Shall I stop sharing?
Guys, requesting all of you to pay attention. Continuation of above topic. So class, derived class, interface versus type. So we can able to implement interface in TypeScript using interface keyword as well as type keyword, type allies. So two different ways I can define. So once if I define my object will take all the properties of both interface, this side and that side it is type. The only difference is, listen carefully, if I have an interface and this is new, you even can't compare with any other language. I can add a new field to an existing interface. Please pay attention. Whereas once the type has been created, you cannot able to change. So the point which we have discussed is implemented in line number 15. Have you noticed? So I have an interface game consists of field, number of players and display score. Have you noticed what is happening in 17th line? And by the way, this is valid in TypeScript. What we are doing? Please compare line numbers 15 and 17.
Initializing a variable to existing fields.
Adding another variable.
So once the interface is defined with some set of property, later we can add a new property. By default, game has been defined with number of players and display score. Later, if you want to add a new property to game interface, it is possible to add. Machine is not considering it as a duplicate. There is no compilation error. So at the time of binding those property of game, you should use number of players, display score as well as time. If I don't have time, tennis is resultant as error. Read, property time is missing. So time is also added as a property of game. This is new and it is there in TypeScript. But the same is not applicable for type allies. So once if the type is defined, it's something like closed, sealed. I cannot add new property to my type. This is an error. Is that clear? So the only difference between interface and type is we can add the property later. But in type, we cannot add the new property once it has been defined. We will use these kind of functionalities in our task. Requesting all of you to pay attention to the next hardly 2 topics. So TypeScript supports generics. So generics, it's a type safety code which will helps you to create a reusable component. So components that are capable of working on a data of today as well as tomorrow will give you the most flexible capability for building up large software system. So irrespective of whatever the functionality is using, it should support for today as well as tomorrow. You take your mobile phone. So whether mobile phone is supporting operating system of different choices, you will find the specification in your mobile phone. It creates the component that can work with variety of data type rather than single data type. So it can be a function or it can be any block. This cannot be reserved for one particular data type. It can be for all the type of data. So I just wanted to recollect generic function. I will be having a function. That function can accept any type of data that can be implemented with generics. So generics ensure a flexible program and scalable for long time. The advantage or features of generics type safety code: explicit casting is not required. Many errors has been moved from compile runtime to compile time checking. What is the symbol we used for implementing generics?
Ma'am, like HTML.
Not
Greater
HTML.
than, less than.
Less than great.
The type referenced operator, open close. Yeah, of course. Okay, you are relating to HTML tag, open close tag. Okay, type referenced diamond operator. This we will use the same function followed with function name. So wherever you have parameters or return type, you will not specify the type, number, string, boolean. Instead, you will use this type referenced diamond operator and you will define a type. So you remember we will use the notation T, C in generic class and method of Java. I told you that symbol is mandatory, but what was that? The character or the word which you are gonna to place indicates just a generic. Please pay attention. So function, so my function, it's accepting my value of type number and it is returning number type. Let's assume function 1 return my value. So if you take my function 1, it is reserved only for number. If you take my function 2, it is reserved for string. So machine is considering it as an interface type string. So whereas if s, small s indicates primitive type. To overcome this confusion, so my function 1 is reserved only to capture a number and returned number. My function 2 is reserved only for string. Instead of particular data type, reserved type, if I want to define a function for all, can you help me in modifying the function? Shall we? So instead of function 1, function 2, you can combine everything using generic. Do I want to specify number or string? So I don't want to specify. If you don't want to specify, you have to specify your generic type. So there we used C, we used T. So I used even GM for generic method. So you can give anything. So I'm just giving as a common type, the word common. So wherever you, or I can give generic type. You just define the symbol, followed with you give the generic type so that it will accept all type of value. So hereafter, once if you define a generic, wherever you have a data type, you should replace with the placeholder which you have specified. That's all. The program, the function, the component which is in front of you is an example of generic type in TypeScript. So 1 second, let me check. Console.log my function of 100. Console.log my function of hello. So my function of true. whether it will work?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
It will work. So if you take line number 6, my G type will be considered as number. Of course, it will automatically take the type. Hello will be considered as string. True will be considered. When you pass true, G type will be considered as Boolean. Let me give array type. So generic array type. One second. So wait, let me pass an array. It will take value comma index. Index. My function, is it 6? No, I want it to be 2. Second function for array. I'll complete it. Just come along with me. So my function 2 will be considered as number when I pass an array 7, 8, 9, 10. If it is so, I pass so yes, I have defined a generic function. So function 1 and function 2. So function 1 is accepting one single value and it is returning, by the way, the respective type. Whatever the value we are capturing, the same value we are returning back. Whereas the second function is capturing an array value and yeah, it can accept any type of array value. So I am passing a number array. I am passing a string array. So at the time, generic array type will be considered as number in the instance 15th line. So at the time 16th line, when you call my function 2, generic array type will be considered as a string. I'm sure you know what is this line number 12. I'll check the same. Output is not a very big deal. The idea behind the code is important. And the idea behind the code is generic. So line number 6, 7, 8. So I'll repeat again, always we will define a type of data type. So instead, we are using the concept of generic function. So that function will accept all type of value. The type will be determined at the time of function call. So in TypeScript also you have to use this symbol. And inside the symbol, you will specify your argument, a generic type argument. Same thing I'm doing for array 2. So I'm not having any return type of array. Only thing is those array value, I'm taking it to the respective type and I'm indicating it is not a single variable, it is an array type. So no return type. So I've just printed as such when it is calling. I used for each. Inside for each, it accepts a callback function. It will take two parameters. The first parameter is value and the second parameter is index. So array functions remain same. So whatever we discussed the rule in JavaScript, same thing has been, same thing is there in your TypeScript. Is that clear? Shall we move next? If you want, you can do further operation on this function too. Is that clear? Shall we go to the last topic?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Right. Generics. Okay, we will use here and there, but not much. So out of this, variables, arrays, and class, object type, we will use repeatedly in future topic.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, yes, tell me.
Ma'am, how to write it in arrow functions for generics? I'm not getting that part.
Instead of regular function, you want to try it with arrow.
Yeah.
Let's give it. Arrow function cannot be reused.
That's what I'm not getting, so I asked.
If it is an anonymous function, if it is an arrow function, can I able to reuse? You tell me whether I can use this callback function anywhere.
No, ma'am, this is for a display.
No. So actually speaking, this is a definition. This is a function.
Okay.
And I don't think that is applicable for the generic topic which we discussed.
Okay, ma'am.
All right.
Ma'am, can we use union as a return type also for generic methods?
Why?
We can combine
Why?
these
It's
15
not
and
required,
16
no?
line.
It's
18
not
and
required.
19 line we can combine. Can
But
we do
why?
it? Like in
Anyway,
that
the topic.
Jukebox project, we can combine podcasts and songs as well with this, right?
No. Even I'm telling that, even that is not required here. Why I want to mention? I don't want to mention. It will be determined at the time of function call. It should be a common method. Why I want to use union and I need to restrict only those 2 or 3 types. It's not required. Idea behind generic component is no need to specify the type. Shubham, can you relate?
Yes, ma'am. I'm getting there actually.
All right. Yeah. So they want you to create an interface and permanent employee, temporary employee to be derived, and create object and print all the details. That is what I want you to give a try. Okay, so read the just a minute question and try to answer. Out of the statement 1, 2, 3, don't read and just give the answer. You try in your machine and tell me. One interface can extend another interface. Try the same. Interface I and then interface J extends interface.
Yes.
Check there is no compilation error. Error. 1 second. Check whether there is no compilation error and confirm me. What about first one?
True.
True or false?
True.
True, true, ma'am.
Second one?
True.
As I told, you can create an interface
Class.
and that interface can extend class. Interface I extends any other class, EMP class. So they are trying to say TypeScript code does not generate any JavaScript code in terms of interface.
False. False.
True. True.
So I told no, the code will
Yes,
be
ma'am. True.
Yes.
TypeScript interface code will be disappears in your JavaScript code. So it will not be generated. So we will be traveling with decorators from Monday. Maybe this is for the first time in scripting language, but small portion we have already came across on Java. So decorator is a special kind of declaration that provides a way to add both annotations and meta programming syntax for class declaration and members. So we will add a special annotation with @ symbol. Before this, do we introduced @ for @ have anywhere in our Java?
Test cases.
Yes, ma'am.
We introduced @
Yes, ma'am.
test and
Assert
Override.
or
Override.
override. So test annotation, override is a meta programming syntax. Some information about the block. Deprecated patient. So we will use, I can say test is an annotation. This override is some documentation part, which we are indicating that @ test is mandatory, but @ override is optional. So I'm talking about Java. So likewise, in our TypeScript, we will use such kind of decorators. When I apply the decorator, the behavior, the functionality at that point will get changed. It can be attached. Where I can attach? I can attach in class declaration. Class name I can add. Before method, before getter setter, before property or parameters, I can add. So mostly in your object class. When you have a class, before class itself, I can add decorators. So one example, that's what we will travel with a lot of decorators. from Monday onwards. But the simple decorator they want to discuss is sealed. What is final keyword, final class in Java? So likewise, in TypeScript, we call it a sealed class, small letter. When I make a class final in Java, what will happen?
We will not
The variables are
override the or
declared file.
extend this class.
Not override, not it should be related to inheritance.
Extend this class.
We cannot extend. Similarly, if I want to secure my class, not to derive, I can use sealed. So there we applied final keyword. I'm just comparing. In Java, we used final class A. If I use final, can I inherit A? Recollect and tell me.
No, ma'am.
This will be an error. Why? Because once the class is final, it is secured. Same thing you can achieve in your TypeScript. So listen, class A. Class A is having roll number of the type number. Let's take class B, extends A. Where B is equal to new B of, by using B1 dot roll number equal to 1001, whether it is valid. Take time. It's valid because I'm not getting any compilation error. What will happen? Here it is not keyword. We will add, what is that? Decorator. Here the annotation we used is sealed. One second. Cannot find the name sealed. We want to install locally. Give me 1 minute time. My global node is not recognizing. Give me 1 minute. Okay, so I'll resolve this. So I was expecting when I add the annotation decorator at sealed, what will happen? I will resolve the error.
Class
But
A is not extendable.
But the expected thing I want from this is once the class is sealed, I cannot able to extend that class and I cannot able to access the functionality. So I will share my demo file code. I want all of you to try adding a new property to interface allies, type allies, and please work on generics. I will resolve this and I'll again connect. So try working on generics. So give me 5-10 minutes time. Let me resolve it. But all the softwares are there. I'll check. Guys, I need 5 minutes time of yours. Please pay attention. So this decorator part alone, see this art sealed annotation and this experimental decorators is not taking under this direct TypeScript environment. So I tried all possibilities. So once after introducing Angular, we have all these configuration file. So without being updated the settings on your configuration file or manual setting on this. So this concept of adding a frozen, sealed, read-only, many more manually, even though I enabled experimental decorators in my file, or if also exist in my configuration file, it's not taking the settings. So even though it takes the setting and if it executes the program, but the error we want expected to be on the program is not fetching. So if I make my class as sealed by securing my class block, constructor need not to be used by child class. It will not resultant as error. I'm getting the output. So I will keep this topic on hold for 1 or 2 days. We will try the same in once after introducing Angular. But a direct TypeScript file, so this configuration is not taking. So I will get back to this decorator parts alone on Angular. And we have one small sprint for the day. I have already shared the link on Mentor Notes channel. Please read the problem statement. I'm giving 2-3 minutes time. Vaishnavi, can you share your screen and read the problem statement?
Yes, ma'am.
It is one of the simplest sprint.
From here, ma'am.
Yes, no need to read. Just come down to practice exercise. You remember this exercise?
Yes, ma'am. Impedance mismatch.
Impedance mismatch. We tried the same using JavaScript, wrangling data. Second sprint of JavaScript. Convert the Kriya app created in JavaScript. In JavaScript last course, in second sprint, we did the same. And we launched the HTML page to get the same output. So instead of JavaScript, you need to do it with TypeScript. So we don't need to go for decorator. We will go for model class alone. So slowly come down.
Yeah.
So please go through the instruction. Step number 1, we need TypeScript. So we already installed. So second step, use appropriate data type for the data used in a solution. Avoid using any type. If you are not sure about the data type, don't use any. So fourth step is important. You remember we handled 4 different data. 4 different sets of data. First data is boards data. And boards followed with list. Followed with cards, followed with comments. You remember?
Yes, ma'am.
So what are all the data we have under board?
I think board ID,
Board ID,
board name,
board title,
name.
board name and board title. Am I right? Please
Yes,
confirm.
ma'am.
Board ID, board name, board title. So board consists of 3, there we call it as board object, consists of 3 properties. How I can define board in TypeScript? Answer is in front of you.
Object.
Fourth point. So for board, for list, card and comment, you create 4 different class files. 4 different class. Either you put it in a same file or you put it in a different file in one folder, it's fine. So step number 1, you create model package. You create one package model and create 4 different TS file. Each TS file consists of 4 classes. Board, list, card, and comment. So board class consists of board ID, board title. I think I made a mistake. Can you check and tell me? Board consists of, because I do remember it consists of some collection. Board, list, everything is plural. Lesson 1 of the simplest sprint. Board, list, cards, comments. Tell me what are all the properties of board? Please refer the impedance mismatch and tell me.
Board ID and board title.
Please refer the sprint and tell me because there is the twist, that's all. Once if it is defined, you can proceed. So same sprint. Copy and paste all files. Additionally, you need to create model package, and model package consists of board.ts, list.ts, cards.ts, comments.ts. Or go for singular. Tell me what are all the properties of boards?
Board ID, board title, ma'am.
Board ID, board title.
Class, board. Board consists of board ID. Can I take it as number?
Yes, ma'am.
What else? Board title.
Title.
Can I
String.
take it as string? What is the third one? Third is important. You recollect and tell me. No one can able to recollect.
Ma'am, objects of lists.
That's what I'm expecting. So list ID, which is number. List. What is that? List. Let me check. List title, log string. And what is the last third one?
Board ID, I think.
After many reminders, no one, how much time you will take? What was the sprint? Resolve impedance mismatch. Please look into the, I was expecting this. Board consists of board ID, board title, and what?
List.
What is the third property? List. And board ID is taking a number. Board title is taking string. And what is this list is taking? Please look into the right hand side. What is the square bracket indicates?
Array.
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 And array is holding what?
Object.
Anyway, that is going to come under the category and another class. So here is a notepad. So it consists of list of the type array. User defined type. List of the type. User defined type. List or list. Let it be. Class card consists of, so here I can have cards of the type array holding the user defined type card. Please take time, analyze, and confirm me whether you have understood the third property of board class. You need to convert your JavaScript to TypeScript. we cannot have any data type. You need to specify the proper data type. All the data of appropriate type to be collected under a model class. So please create and complete all the classes. Fourth point is clear? Or you people became tired? See, as I told, it is one of the simplest sprint. So we need an appropriate model class and need to convert your JavaScript transform function to TypeScript. Okay, just give a try. If there is any pending thing, we can continue on Monday, no worries. So I'm in fourth point, create model class for board, for list, for card, and comment. So use the model class for parameters and method parameter and method return. Encapsulate the transform method into a class. You need to decorate the transform method with newly created property. You can act directly. So whatever the class you have created, you can access that directly. Try for import. And you need to convert your transform method of transformer JS file to TS file. Think about it. Just give a try. Start with the sprint. Scroll up, Vaishnavi. So do we have no, we don't have any files. You need to replica the impedance mismatch over here with TypeScript.
Ma'am, ma'am, where do we need to create the package?
Yeah. So if you noticed, there is no appended file. The thing is, so all the files of impedance mismatch, you can have a copy, and you create a folder inside script. In scripts folder of impedance mismatch, you create those 4 different TS file, or you can go ahead with one folder model, and inside that you can have 4 different class files. Will it be okay? So inside script folder, you will be finding 5 JS file. So you can copy paste it and you can have it in your Angular sprint 1. And additionally, whatever we tried in transformer.js. So this data can be board type. This data can be comment type, list type, card type. So we are going to use type reference here. So in order to have a type reference, type object, we need to have an appropriate class. You will be writing your TypeScript code in transform file. Can I use filter? Can I use map? Whatever the code I have tried in JavaScript, can we use the same here?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Your TypeScript supports all the array function, map and filter. Additionally, you have to define the type. That's all. In order to define type only, we are using those model classes. So think about it, just give a try. If you have anything pending, you could not able to complete it, we will have a discussion on, even if you want, we can have it on tomorrow. So tomorrow we will be available on Slack for doubt clarification if required. Depend upon your thing, we will connect with you. Least case, If anything is pending, we can again continue from Monday. So I'll repeat again, we don't have a proper type in JavaScript. So in order to have a proper type of data, so if I handle, what is that array function we used? We will return board, what is this, data dot boards dot map. We have not specified any type. So here you need to specify the appropriate. So it's a collection of data, mixed type of data. So you define a model class. So if you retrieve the data for the first time, data belongs to the type board. Inside board under list, if you retrieve list ID and list title, list ID and list title together belongs to the type list, user defined model class. So thanks, Vaishnavi. Think about it. And please start. Anywhere you got stuck, input is required, please let me know.
Some instructions. Ma'am.
Yes, Priya.
Ma'am, I am facing problem when I push project. Can I see?
Share. So you have done, and at the time of it is throwing the problem with index.lock. Go to Git folder, the first folder, Git. Delete that index.lock. Try the same. No, you use the same command prompt. Don't create again and again. One more error I can see on your screen is multiple Git commands are running the same process.
Can I close
it? No, it's not taking.
No, it's taking, ma'am.
It's taking. All the files are getting.
Yeah, because there are lots of
files.
files.
It will take time, but this is happening.
Yeah.
Then it's fine, dear. Thanks for your information. Do we have these many files here?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, it
Because
will
node
add
modules.
files, and also during commit time, it will take 1 or 2 minutes.
All right.
Can I stop?
Ma'am, if we install
wait,
node,
don't do anything. You wait for some time. And check whether it has been updated once the process gets over. And I got a reminder mail stating that for industrial session today at 6:30. I'm done with the day. So today I plan to have this TypeScript file. Yes, Niranjan, I'll connect with you. Kudus, I'll connect with you. So if you want, you can leave, though I'm done with the day. So you can, I'm leaving 10 minutes earlier today. So you can have a break and then please try to attend this session. It will not go for more than 1 hour. So spend some time and try to attend. You will be getting some inputs. Okay. Someone called me. Thank you all. See you all. See you. And by the way, I would like to see some progress on tomorrow. So utilize Saturday.
Yes, ma'am.
Niranjan, did you call me?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, the session will be recorded or what? Recording? The interview session, ma'am.
I'm not sure because the session is conducted by placement team.
And then it is
See, these type of sessions are for your benefits, what is happening, and there will be Q&A. Live will be more useful.
okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, Vivek.
Ma'am, I need to say something. Ma'am, due to my holidays, my JavaScript and some CSS concepts are missing. So I want some recap session. Is it possible?
Yeah, possible.
Yeah, ma'am. Please arrange it in next week.
No, we can have it on tomorrow itself.
Okay, ma'am.
So tomorrow, connect with me around 11 o'clock, 11 a.m.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Ma'am, I also joined
Mm-hmm.
for my one topic.
I will create a link and then I'll share in the
Okay.
general channel. We will have it at 11.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. With this, I'm ending.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please try to attend the placement session. Thank you.